All right, day 8. Yesterday was good, very long. I spent more hours than I think ever streaming yesterday. My mic actually ran out of batteries, but it was a good day. One of the things that has been weak is like the main thing. The environment is the central thing. When I go to a location, my agent knows what location I'm in. When I'm in an app, my agent or my machine knows what app I'm in. These are the environments. And whenever I appear in an environment, I should be able to speak memories and speak skills into that environment. And I should associate the environments together. I can be on my phone at a restaurant and have access to like my Obsidian notes and stuff. All these things should kind of mix together. I am mentally and physically in multiple environments at once. Well, so environments got a lot healthier yesterday. The Macintosh client can track what web addresses you're at. It can track what applications you have open. I've got some special tracking for like sub environments for like Obsidian. If I'm in Obsidian, that's in an environment, and if I'm in my personal vault, that's a deeper environment. And so now it tracks those correctly. Once that's reported back to the server looks around and sees if there's any skills associated with those environments. And the next steps for that are just to get it working better with the user experience. Like, you have a session, is your session in that environment or not? I want to make that words very natural and not confusing. Right now it's a mixture of confusing and broke. Also had a brainstorming session yesterday with Nick Schwar, Mr. Schwa, on GitHub. And we talked about the environmental repository, which is going to be like the canonical place to hold these skills attached to the environment. It's where the community puts stuff. We talked about the cold start problem, namely that there are no known skills for these environments. So what good is any of this? And of course, we're scheming how to be able to float around in public places and applications and web addresses and automatically start gleaning the skills associated with these entities. So we're going to fill out a new environment, a new repository full of environmental repository skills and NPMs or NPCs and apps and stuff like that. Today, I am set in 45 minutes to hang out with Michael Pedersen. Michael, if I ever call you Matthew, forgive me. That's just the name that comes to mind every time I say Michael. He's done some amazing stuff with the location aspect, and he's getting an Android client up and running, which makes sense because he has an Android, so he needs to be able to use it. And we're probably going to talk about the locations, Android, and he had a really cool idea about environmental hooks, which these ideas are coming up multiple times. Nick had a similar idea last night, where basically you walk into a location and just kind of like your agent has hooks when session starts, you can have an environmental hook when environment is entered. So I could enter an environment and start like recording stuff, like poof, the agent just sets that up. I can leave an environment and it can take the transcript out of that recording and normalize the documentation that's related to that, or just record it even. That'd be fine. That'd be fun. What I hope to do in all of this stuff by this silly, reckless project of streaming my my implementation of all this is to become a cyborg and document it. I want to be able to take this video and just, having this stream holds my butt in the seat and helps me to get work done on it. But I also want to pull in guests that hang out with me and pair with me about random things. I'm trying to line some up right now that have just really cool ideas for AI product engineering. And then I hope to have like weird monologues, kind of like this, but I'll get better at speaking. Where I talk about ideas. And naturally, you're not going to watch a 5-hour post to look for like the sweet spots where I'm talking about something interesting. But after I record them, then the next day I should be able to go to my agent who's listening right now, even though he's not yet, he will, and I should be able to say, "Oh, Rook, my agent's name is Rook. Rook, look for that monologue I had yesterday about the future state of agentic engineering, blah, blah, blah." And it'll say, okay, that's these timestamps. And it could give me a link to it. I can watch it on YouTube, say, yep, that's it. Then I could say, download that. And it would download it. And I say, okay, transcribe it, pull out the ums and the uhs, kill the dead air, and then create a YouTube short. Cool. Summarize it and let me review like your summary for like a social post. I would review it and I would make it my own. All right, cool. Post that on X, and probably have to use like computer usage. Post it on LinkedIn. Post it on Instagram. Post it on OnlyFans. I don't know. Post it everywhere. And hopefully, instead of what I've always found to be a very laborious, distracting task of curating and writing blog posts, I can just like talk, kind of like what I'm doing right now, and I'll hopefully get better, and then be able to automatically like pipe these things into just different outlets and make it interesting and fun for people. They can watch, hopefully learn interesting things. I hope I've got interesting things, but also you can see it in action, like how I do the things. And hopefully I get to build a freaking product. Rook's been fun to think about. It'd be fun to think about with others. So that's it for my strangely long monologue. I did want to try a thing. Let me see if I can find the thing I wanted to try. Soon I've got to write a presentation. Not very looking forward to that. But there's 2,000 people signed up to view it, so I guess I better do a good job, eh? Be a good opportunity to advertise some of this crazy stuff I'm doing. These are my old notes from way back in the Tiddlywiki days. That used to be like, that was the OG self wiki thing. I kept the name and just moved it into different technologies. What am I looking for? Oh, here we go. Good job, Joe Chard. Nice. I got some interaction. Nice. Including one comment. I have not seen this. It literally is 2 times tau. Man, there's so many cool things out there. Beautiful. Good job, Tao. You're an inspiration. So I made a couple of posts yesterday, and it occurred to me that, like, I don't write blog posts because I write outlines for blog posts that I want to write. My wonderful daughter's singing. It's beautiful, but I can't pay attention. I have so many blog posts that I want to write, but I never write them because they're ideas that I'll write about later. So I just jot down an outline. It's a really good idea, and I save it to a list so I can work on it later. Do you want to see that list? Here's the current list. Each of these things, like, these are pages. So tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of stuff. This stuff does not actually get turned into blog posts. This just gets turned into nothing. Maybe an archaeologist someday will find this and have an LLM look at it. But want to just create something fun. Maybe I should just talk about it right then, and then have my agent keep track of things that I want to turn into a blog post later, and actually force me to do it. It's like, hey, this one, you made this comment on LinkedIn and you got, 200% more views than normal. It's a hit. See if you can turn this into a blog post or a video. And so what I'd like to do is create a video now, make a note in my agent that this exists, and in the next, week or whenever, convert it to something a little bit better than what I got right now. analog. I could do this. Is that going to be amenable to a short one of these guys? All right, I'm going to reread this and then just blather on about it for a little bit and see if my agent can turn it into a nice video. Create a bulleted outline for this that's exceptionally terse. Every paragraph gets a bullet with its main topic, and then maybe 1, 2, 3 sub bullets, but only if you need it. Awesome. It's happening. All right, I'm gonna try it. Let's see what happens. All right, so dear agent, I'm getting ready to record a spot for a YouTube short about the evolving state of agentic harnesses. So these days it seems like, actually, let's start over. So these days it seems like Claude Code is all the rage. It's been amazing. It's been a good run for them. It's been what, about a year now? And it seems like that's almost everything everybody uses. But prices are going up. Competition is coming into play. I don't know if you've used Codex yet, but it's pretty awesome. There's still some of the oldies but goodies out there. Cursor, I think, will make a comeback. There's all these different things that are happening within agentic harnesses, and I think things are going to look a lot different in the coming year. The idea is that agent harnesses are not that complicated. Like, everything about Claude Code makes it opaque and complex. But if you really get right down to it, the core is simple. You have a while loop, effectively, with a model call and a tool call inside of it. And it keeps going until it runs out of tool calls, and then it breaks. If you want to involve the user, you have a while loop around that. That just like, okay, whenever this inner thing breaks, you have the user. Okay. And you give them the ability to run tool calls, and that opens up a whole world. So the basic tool calls are a file system and shell access. Now we have an agent that is, in principle, like absolutely open to do anything. But you teach it through your system message, here's how to do skills. And that makes it so that it's easier to accept any type of behavior. Now your new programming language is English. Your new runtime is the agent itself. And your new programs are skills or agents.md or the instructions, the system message itself. And I think all these little building blocks falling into place are going to soon kind of converge. Like, there will be either a small set of really good ideas around things like memory and compaction and like how to do hooks, stuff like that. Or there will be like a set of things that are associated with memory hooks and compaction, just the good set. The only thing that I think we're still kind of finicky about, we don't really know exactly what we want to do, is with sandboxing. How are we going to be able to run an open and free and useful agent that can use your data and not get into any trouble with it? Like, it has to have access to your data. So sandboxing naturally removes access to the data, and the agent needs access to data to do anything useful for you. So those two things are at odds. But it will exist. In 5 years, we'll have something that we think is safe enough that we're running it. Everyone will be running it. And so I think the current generation of harnesses will kind of converge. Claude Code, Codex, all these things are starting to get the same things. You're starting to see them copycat each other, kind of like we did with models 3 years ago. Initially, like OpenAI created the idea of a chat model, basically, and the idea of a chat model and the very form of a chat model, the API, converged pretty quickly. All the syntactic sugar underneath converged. I think that's happening right now with agents, and you'll soon see that everything has the basic things for like memory and compaction and forking and continuing and multi-agent stuff, and loops and goals, for goodness sakes. All that stuff will kind of converge. And so the question for me is this. Like, will we have basically a toy box full of the common good pieces that you can put into all these slots so that you just make your own agent from building blocks? Or will there be kind of one obvious solution? Like, if you just use this agent, there is a known best thing that you can do with memory, and there is a known best thing that you can do with compaction and stuff like that. But I think it's going to be open source. I think it's going to be a lot more simple. And things are going to get interesting. All right, so that was my attempt. Did I learn a thing from what I just did? I learned that I still feel awkward thinking that someone's watching me, even though they probably aren't, and if they are, who cares? I learned that when I wrote this yesterday, that was the best time in the world to start waxing philosophical, because all the ideas were loaded into hot RAM, and they aren't right now, so I just kind of like chew on my words a little bit. So what do I really want to say? I thought I was going to start a respectable live stream, and I didn't know I was going to make like cringe humor solo version of The Office. Sigh. Yuck. Excuse me. Seems like agentic harnesses are getting all shaken up right now. For so long, Claude Code has been king, but it's getting expensive. I don't know if you noticed. I feel like some days, I know you guys aren't doing this, all respect, but it feels like they've got a knob for like, let's turn thinking up a little bit more so we can make a little bit more money. I know you don't do that, but it's getting expensive. And I, for one, have been playing around with alternatives. For me, I am into AI products, And AI product is everything about the agent right now. So I want to build my own agent. It's the reason I'm building Rook, which is kind of a wrapper, a harness around the harnesses. But I think it's important that everyone try to build their own agent right now. What you'll find out is that there's a core set of primitives that are not that complicated. If you look at Claude Code and all the stuff it's got, you think, it must be so hard. But what is an agent? Ever since 2023, it's been a while loop with the model call and a tool call in it. You just keep doing that loop until the model decides, I don't want to call any more tools, and then you quit. If you want to use, to have the user into it, if you want to add the user into it, then you have another while loop around that inner while loop where you just say input from user. And that's really all there is to it. Now you've got like circa 2023 ChatGPT, you've got an agent, an assistant that can answer questions for you. If you add the ability to call tools, which is built in now, you just dump in your tools, then you've got something that can reach out into the world and look around and see stuff and do stuff. Simple tools, access to the shell, and the ability to read, write, and edit files, so the file system. If you add this suite of tools, then you have an agent that literally can access and do anything that is available on the internet or on your computer. It's amazing how few things you can put into place and it just works. And from that, all the other stuff is kind of emergent. Like, for example, skills. All you do for skills is you say, okay, there's this notion of skills. I'm going to put them in this file over here. You read them whenever I mention something that uses them and learn how to do the stuff, do whatever is in that skill. And so skills is actually not anything special. It's just files on disk, which is super easy for the agents now. Once we have skills, our new programming language is English. Our new programs are the skills themselves, or maybe agents.md or the system message, whatever. It's English though. And our new runtime is the agent itself to read these skills and do the things with it. The only thing that I think is still kind of weird right now is sandboxing, because in order to make the agent useful, it has to have access to your data. And if it has access to your data and can be useful, that it means it can like look on the internet, it can do anything, it could potentially pull down some prompt injection stuff. So that's the challenge with sandboxing. But everything else is kind of emergent from this basic idea. The idea of memory is just like a little tool call to pull in memories. There's a few ways to implement it. The idea of compaction, that's just a hook. Whenever we pull in a message, whenever a message goes to the agent, compaction is basically a hook. So whenever a message comes in, you just say, how long is the thread? Is it too long? Okay, let's summarize it and replace the whole thread with the summarization. So all these things are pretty simple. They're just emergent from a few basic principles. They're all super easy to understand. And so I don't understand why Claude Code should be like the king. Build your own thing. It's actually not that hard. I think the next generation that we're going to see, and you're already starting to see it with things like Flu, is everybody is going to start building the pieces of this puzzle. And when it's time to use an agent harness or an agent, instead of reaching for the product on the shelf, Claude Code, Codex, whatever, you're going to build your own. You're probably going to talk to an agent and have your agent build your own. It's going to build itself out of the building blocks that these projects are generating. And it's going to be very transparent, very straightforward, very easy to understand. So I'm really excited for that. I think you should all get to work. Build your own thing and just see how easy it is. It's not that hard. That was a little bit better. Still a little bit stumbly. I'm going to show this for B-roll. Dear agent, this is B-roll. We're looking at Flu. Flu is an open agent framework. Powered by Pi, the open agent harness. Okay, that's cool. Everyone loves Pi. Guess what? There's a reason for that. It's freaking awesome. Agents, workflows, sandboxes, durable execution, sub-agents, tools, skills. Yep, I will probably be using this in the future. All right, that's it for B-roll. I had another post that was actually pretty good too. Let me see if I can do something with that as well. All right. Seven, 3. I did some B-roll for flu. Getting ready to record another one of those things. A bit about learning the agent by yourself. Do the same thing with this, but obviously it'll have to be a little bit different because it's numbered. Oh, you know what? Better than that is where did I put it? All right, Catman. I like the idea of boring business becoming unfairly efficient. That's what we're doing here by recording stupid videos. Right. Let me do that. Oh, here we go. There we go. That's the one I wanted. No. Here, use this instead as a starting point. Okay, I'm gonna try this with a different style and we'll learn which is the easiest one to edit together later. Eventually I want these things to all be edited automatically if possible. But the things I'm saying is so garbage, like I don't know how an agent these days would be able to pull out the pieces. This one I'm going to try a different approach. I'm going to look at the content on my screen and say something about every bullet one at a time and then pause and read the next one. Maybe I can keep it together a little bit better. And then we'll edit together that. I have a challenge for you. It's a way of getting familiar with all the things that are happening right now with agents and connecting it to a really deep foundation for how we've got there. It's a good way to build up intuition that will bring you into whatever is happening next. You can see ahead. The idea is this: go from the original models that we had and build up slowly until the point that you have a full-fledged agent harness like Claude Code. What I want you to see is it's surprisingly easy. Step one, prehistory. Find an instruct model. These are models that don't act like chat. They just take a blob of text and return the completion of that blob of text. Now, what I want you to do with that is figure out how to make that instruct model act like a chatbot. You're going to put a while loop around it, and you're going to convince it that this document is a transcript, right? So that whenever you insert your user message into it, the completion of that document is going to be the agent's next response. Cool, you've invented ChatGPT. After that, step two is to give it a little bit more syntactic sugar so that it thinks it knows how to execute tool calls. Give it the idea of a tool and the syntax for actually executing it. And when it executes it, see that, go out, execute the tool call, and stick the answer back in. Congratulations, you're up to 2024. I think that was it, 2024. No, it's 2023. Yeah, you're halfway through 2023 now. And interestingly, that's what I did at GitHub when I was, dang it. Okay, I'm gonna try this again later. I think this approach could work better, but I'm gonna start talking to Michael soon. So as goofy as this looks, I'm actually hopeful. Oh, I'm meeting with them at 10:30. Crap, I should have kept going. I'll try it again. Getting ready to record a bit about learning the agent by yourself. Okay, so I've got a fun exercise that you can do, which is surprisingly simple, and by the end of it, you'll know basically everything that we have learned in the past 5 years, starting from the original large language models and ending in agent harnesses. Okay? To start off, find an instruct model. These are the old models that don't act like chat engines. Basically, they take a blob of text and they give you the completion of the blob of text. The challenge, number one, is to figure out how to make that model act like a chatbot by adding the loop and having it think that this document is a transcript between two actors. Challenge number two, give it just a little bit more syntactic sugar and make it think that it can call tools. And when it does call tools, actually pull that out, go into the background, run the tool, and put the answer back into the conversation. Now you've got something that's equivalent of ChatGPT as of mid-2024. Now you've got something that is basically the equivalent of ChatGPT as of mid 2023. And when I was at GitHub, I first did this experiment in late 2022, right before ChatGPT had come out, and right after the React paper had landed. And I was amazed that I could have a completion engine that acted like an assistant and thought it was controlling my thermostat. That was my first little experiment. The next step is full agency. Now, since you have a chat model with a tool calling capability, give it these tools: the ability to read files, write files, edit files, and use bash. And then give it the instructions that it should make any scripts that it needs. Now you've basically got a universal agent. It can do anything you want to. And an interesting thing about Challenge 3 is we were here in 2024, but the agents were just really bad. The large language models were so distractible they couldn't stay on track. The context was much smaller than it is today, so they weren't feasible. But they did exist in 2024 early. All right, Challenge number 4, recreate the idea of agent skills. All you have to do for this is create a set of instructions about, hey, this is the idea of a skill, and have some place to stick all of your skills, and make sure to read the header and dump that into the system message. Like, these are your available skills, and that is progressive disclosure. At this point, if you want an MCP server, you can figure that out too. But basically all it is, as far as the agent knows, is it's just another type of tool. So you can implement one tool potentially and have that be able to access all the information about your MCP servers and send information to the MCP server, executing the MCP server endpoints. While we're at it, in order to make it an easier to use agent, go ahead and add a tool for internet search and internet fetching. Make internet fetch not pull down the raw HTML, but convert it to Markdown. Do you want to implement RAG? That's really not that hard either. All you have to do is have a search docs tool, and if you want to, you can stick this in semantic search, vector search, but honestly, Elasticsearch works great. If it's a small enough set, grep or ripgrep works spectacular. The next step is the agent harness. And this started emerging in what, mid to late 2025? So challenge number 6 is add hooks at various points in the nested loop where you can stick in whatever functionality you need. So upon session start is a good hook. Whenever the user sends a message, the model is being called, the model has returned from being called, the tool is being called, a tool has responded, or the session ended. Add hooks for each of these so that you can inject whatever behavior you want. Then a lot of the follow-on things that we have today and take for granted are basically just side effects of having hooks where you can do things with the session state. For example, challenge number 7, add compaction by implementing the model return hook, and rewrite the conversation to just be a summary of the conversation if the series is too long, if the session is too long. If you want to add memory, you can do that as well. This can either be like a hook so that every time you're getting ready to send the model request, you do a quick search and just like dump in extra stuff into the context. I don't like it very much, but you can do it that way. Or you can give the model a tool that's like, remember things. Again, I don't like this too much. How does the model know when to remember things? I'm not a big fan of the way we're doing memory, but that's another story for another time. Challenge number 9 is being able to fork the sessions and continue the sessions. You could probably implement this as a hook, actually, but the hook might need to have a little bit too much state from the actual agent, so it might be too complex. But we're getting into challenge mode just a little bit. Challenge number 10 is, well, this one's going to be a hard one for me, sandboxing. I really don't know how to do sandboxing quite right because you've got to give the agent your data or otherwise it can't be useful. And if you give the agent your data, it can be very dangerous. So what is the sweet spot with sandboxing? Maybe permissions for everything, but that gets annoying too. So that's like the next frontier. And the final challenge, number 11, is swarms. This is something that's, I think we're still kind of trying to figure out right now. But basically, if you have an agent that has a tool that allows it to call another agent, then you've got multi-agent capabilities. Now, it does get tricky because the handoff of information to the sub-agents is often a place where, like, the information is lossy, and that's when the agents don't do quite what they want to. Also, when the agents' work intersects with one another, then what do you do about it? Do you have them collaborate? Well, now you've got to create messaging between the agents, which becomes more complex, and you might end up with really weird things like deadlock conversations where the agents are all chattering about how to accomplish something and just never getting any work done. But that's the frontier. So we've gone all the way from prehistoric times where you had a document completion engine all the way up until now, which is agent harnesses and even multi-agent stuff. But it's the thing I want you to see is it's not that complex. All the pieces are pretty easy to understand. So build your own agent. All right, dear agent, I'm going to wrap up this experiment. I might try it again later. I'm learning how to make this a little bit better. Is it efficient yet? That took 10 minutes. Not bad. I just can't like do retakes. The idea is I should be able to take this tomorrow and say, hey, pull this down from YouTube, and be able to pull this fragment of the video down, edit it, and push it back up as content. The second approach was interesting, even though I still don't think it was great, because if I can read from a document and have these weird pauses in between everything, then long pauses are really easy to edit out of documents, out of videos. You can have an agent do that pretty easily. Well, it's the start of an experiment. Make ability to easily clip and share from previous conversations. Okay. This is actually a good one to stick there. Oops, I messed up. How's our stocks doing today? I'm not sure that I am well pleased. Hey, Sashank. Oh, come on. Gotta fix that bit. Okay, now help me figure out how to get this thing deployed based on like keys and crap. I think I have to do a lot of this off screen.
Recording in progress.
This will be Michael soon, but not quite yet. Oh. Oh yeah, you can't see. Nope. 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 Nice. Should I show this or not? I'll eventually get in trouble. I obviously cannot show when I'm making keys and stuff. I want to make a tunnel. Sure. I want to add a route. Yeah, I'm too scared. I'm gonna hide it.
guys talked about we're doing a school, but part of the school story. Uh, sorry, are you recording?
Well, live streaming.
Huh?
Live streaming.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
Then I'll talk to you later.
No. I'd rather talk to you. Watch this. I'll say, we'll be right back.
Yeah.
Hello. As you know, I'm streaming. Is that cool or should I disconnect?
Let me know if you can hear me.
I can definitely hear you.
Making sure my settings are good.
I was muted.
Oh.
As you know, I'm streaming. You're not on the screen though. Should I stream or
That's
not?
fine. Don't mind.
Ta-da! Welcome back, everyone. This is a really weird experiment that I'm doing.
It's good.
Am I doing a podcast or are we just hanging out?
I don't know. I'm fine with either.
I've got ideas. What are your ideas? And let's merge them.
My ideas are, I've completely forgotten the notes that I sent you, so I have no idea. Let me look at my Obsidian because I wrote down some notes. I think, I was thinking in terms of affordances recently, and I think per environment there needs to be some type of like toggle to enable like lifecycle type events. Like, oh, on enter, this prompt should be injected if someone decides to, because I think that would unlock a lot of functionality that is impossible basically right now. So, yeah, just like entering like a store. So I'm thinking, actually, wait, let me, so I have minimum viable Android build. That's kind of what that last pull request was.
Yeah, if it doesn't like change the server API, then go ahead and merge that sucker.
Yeah, and this is the magic of Android. It's just sharing the screen with my phone. So it's like, woo.
Well, iPhone's magic too, but you just have to be completely bought in to the Mac ecosystem.
Right. Yeah, no, this is independent. I have not, I don't think I've actually merged this with any of the other location changes, but to continue past thought, I was thinking somewhere in like this screen, it would be like a gear icon maybe, and you would see a list of like supported lifecycle events, like on enter, like basically just the same as like mouse and keyboard events on like a web browser session, like things you can hook into, a toggle to enable it, and a text field to describe what prompt you want to be automatically injected whenever that gets triggered. And those prompts should probably be modifiable, editable by the agent as well. So if you just, I really like the idea from just borrowing from OpenClaw and Hermes, the idea of configuring your personal agent, your personal like setup just by talking to it. And like Hermes was like the first one for me that actually like kind of clicked in that way, in the way that it had enough knowledge of its own like CLI that it could you could just say, oh, I want to use Discord, walk me through it, and it doesn't.
I agree.
And same thing with this, like if you just say, oh, remind me to pick up eggs at Kroger next time or something, like that would just work. But I also realized that that's probably not enough of a differentiator because like Apple Reminders has had, I think, location support for a while. I didn't actually realize that. But it is also somewhat fragmented and hard to know about if you don't specifically imagine it and then seek it out. So, I don't know. Random thoughts.
Good thoughts. Let's start jotting some of this stuff down. I'm going to send you a link to a document that you already have Boop.
Yeah, Google Drive.
You remember that guy?
Yeah. Let me click. Cool. Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah,
trying to keep notes. Okay, so you're hitting on some stuff that is similar to things I've been thinking about, similar things Nick has been thinking about. So it's time. Let's brainstorm for a little bit and see if we can peel off anything that is of interest to you. Okay. So I need to give you a little bit of state update for what I've been working on and how that is butts up against what you're talking about. Environments is still disheveled. Like effectively, the little purple guy on the side of the screen is acting like a lone. It's just a thin wrapper around pie with extra stuff that doesn't work yet. But it's getting closer, and that's what I was working on yesterday. Now, my client on the Mac has visibility into all the websites and apps that are open. It does a canonical thing to turn that into the ID, and it's got some rules in there like basically see if this jives with what you're doing on the phone, or we can talk about this too. But if it encounters, upon waking up, it sees all of the open stuff and registers all those environments because maybe you have used them in the past 5 minutes, but it just woke up, so it's going to register them. If you touch any environment or if you open any new environment, it'll register that. Nice. If you touch an environment, like bring it to the foreground in application or web site, within a 5-minute period, then it like renews the lease. And so every 5 minutes, effectively, the client will send a heartbeat registration. It'll re-register that environment. That's one thing that I'm a little bit about. We need something like that, but tell me if you've got a better idea. So, but the server itself will get this stream of, okay, this is registered, this is still registered, this is registered. If on the client, anyone explicitly closes something that is signaling this environment is no longer useful and we unregister here. Maybe I should get rid of that. I don't know. Maybe unregistering, because it'll be dead in 5 minutes anyways.
Wait, say that again? So what triggers the unregistration or deregistration?
If anyone explicitly closes an application or explicitly closes a website that was open.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It makes some sense. It might be simpler just to let it cache expire in 5 minutes, because maybe that's a simpler way of thinking about it. Everything that's live, just the client is responsible for pinging the server every 5 minutes to say, still alive, this is still an environment, this is still an environment, and otherwise the server's like, okay, well, I'm going to forget it.
This makes me question how we want to support like long-running tasks. So if I kick off like a monitoring cron even in Claude Code, let's say, or I don't know, let's just say I have just a process that's running for 10 minutes. Would it get killed, or would it like trigger a handoff prompt to like, I think actually, yeah, this might dovetail into like the session events or the lifecycle events, because like this is what like on Android and iOS there are like hooks in the same way. Like when the phone is in like low power mode, it's gonna kill background applications quickly, but it first sends a like you're gonna get killed like message to like PubSub to the application first for it to like wrap up its business and save databases and etc. Wonder if the agent needs an opportunity to react to a close event. Probably.
Writing notes in our document. Yeah, okay, you're bringing up a really good point that I haven't thought of.
Expert might be forced.
Are you typing?
Yeah, I'm just putting it in a new in my section.
click on my name and you'll see where I'm typing, and we can type together.
Okay.
If you click on my icon, it'll jump there.
Oh. Have I been using this application for like decades and not known that?
Yeah, that's useful.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I'll just do this. Okay, so got on enter, which is the nice canonical one. We got on exit. I'm just gonna replace that. Does that make sense? Well, agenda, maybe not.
Go for it. We'll figure it out.
Okay. Yeah, doesn't really matter. Okay, on exit. Agent needs an opportunity to clean up / generate a handoff document. Prompt should specify a length limit. I know. I got overcomplicated with that.
Well, okay, let's riff on it. Anytime you feel complexity, I'm allergic to complexity this early in a project, so let's figure out the dumbest solution, and then once it proves itself to be insufficient, then we add complexity. Yesterday, I'm starting to already think I made a mistake by even having a notion of unregister. What if, let's see. When you finish typing, let me walk you through a kind of a length of this to, rather than digging in too much right now. There's the bigger picture that you can see where I'm going. Okay, environment comes in and we register it and give kind of a heartbeat whenever it's like I'm still here. Maybe get rid of the unregistered thing because of exactly what you said. If a session is using the skills, you don't want it to be like, oh, you're not in this environment, we're going to take all those skills away, we're going to shut you down, and then, well, crap. But, okay, so at the server level, the thing knows when environments are coming into view, they're becoming available.
Yeah.
The session itself, we still don't have a good story here about when the session attaches itself to these environments. What I've got implemented right now, which is probably even broken, is like every session is going to like automatically accept all environments that come in. But if I've got web apps and like applications and I'm walking around and whatever environments, it might be a lot of noise, and we don't want to literally shut down the session, add skills, re-wake up the session like every time any of these happens. So a big question mark, and I don't know how to do it, is like I've got a session going, it's doing fine, I don't want it to be interrupted. How, maybe to some of the ideas that you and Nick were floating around, how can the agent itself see the environments as they come in, but only claim the ones it needs? For example, as an environment comes into play, we could periodically advertise the available environments or the new environments to the agents. that are running, the sessions that are running, and let the agent itself say, oh, based on the conversation, I belong in that environment. This is something that could help me. And then I don't know when the agent decides to leave environments. Maybe periodically when we're giving our environment updates, we say, also remember to call this whatever to leave environments. Maybe there's a tool for environments to join or leave, and you just say join, blah, 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 leave, blah, blah, blah. And then the agent itself decides when each session should be shut down and when it should be started back.
Okay, random thoughts in no particular order. If we inject like just the list of last 15 minutes worth of detected environments as context, plus some like 5-minute heartbeat type system, plus okay, let me take a step back. I'm trying to think, what would the agent need in order to know what environment / project you're working on? So project would be, I guess, a separate thing. So if you're in Obsidian, I could be jumping back between Obsidian and like VS Code a lot of the time. But I'm still working on the same, at least to me, named project or nameable business contract, whatever. So in order for like, if we wanted to give control over to the agent to determine what environment is most relevant to it, it might make sense to give it. Okay. We're bundling skills per environment. So if I have Obsidian and VS Code open, it would make sense to have both bundles worth of skills registered. I wonder if we just have like a running log or like a circular buffer almost of just what are the last 15 minutes worth of environments that you've been exposed to. That itself can indicate quite a bit to the agent of like how much are you like actively tasking or actively like processing at the moment. If you're like switching between like a web browser and like handful of tabs and then like VS Code and like Obsidian, yeah. So what I'm getting lost in is whether the concept of like a named project helps with this or hurts.
It's a new item in the universe of discourse. I don't want new items if I can avoid them.
Yeah, but okay. So yeah, so if I'm in Obsidian, I wanted to register those skills immediately. As fast as it detects that I'm actively using it as a full ground application, even if it's just for like 15 seconds, because I might just be switching back quickly. So it does have to kind of sample kind of possibly more frequently than we're actually exposing to the LLM or broadcasting to the LLM. But yeah, just keep it simple. Just if you're in Obsidian, yeah, if you're in Obsidian, it has these tools. What environment breaks that in your scenarios?
Breaks that?
Yeah, like why isn't why would just detecting that you're possibly in an environment not be sufficient to putting you in that environment?
I probably have lost. Nothing breaks anything so far. I think if you have a if if we have, I'm going to talk past you, I'm sure, because there's something I've missed. If we have a long stream of environments that are popping up all the time, then we obviously can't keep interrupting the agent with how about this one, how about this one, how about this one, how about this. So we have to chunk it somehow. It would be nice if the agent was well aware enough that if we could do some sort of trick so that as soon as I jump into Obsidian, like, well, in this case, it's immediately available to the agent. The agent automatically restarts, but it won't always. You could potentially have several tabs eventually of like sessions. I've got this one session, it's cooking on something in the background. I trust it to run this skill. It's my background agent. I've got another session for the project I'm working on. I've got another session which is like, I always do this. Like the main thing, I'm like, crap, I want to ask a quick question. Something like that. Or I could fork from this session to another session, something like that. And so, like, each one of those things is going to have different environments that it attaches to. You agree with that, right? They'll need things. So I don't like nothing breaks so far. What? Tell me what breaks. I think I've missed the main thesis.
So it's okay. Sorry, yeah, I was just thinking about environments in general. So it's more so how do we inject it into the agent so that the agent doesn't get interrupted? Is it not enough for us to just update the like overall context, like action, like we have the full chat log. We have some preamble like prompt. I don't think it's necessarily a system prompt, but I know it's defined in like base agent somewhere.
Yeah, we can control that.
Yeah. Why don't we just inject what we think the current environment is into that in that way, just the next time someone or some agent adds a message onto the chat, it'll just passively get the new, like we unblock that bundle or that equivalent bundle for that environment, so it has access to those skills. And maybe we like also say that, hey, the environment's it would know that the environment's changed because it would be in its prompt at that point. Wait, so if we just wait until the next message for it to actually have a chance to know that it's in a new environment, I think that would suffice for most scenarios.
Yeah, I think so.
And then if there is like a on enter lifecycle event, maybe that's like the manual way to force it.
Yeah.
If you want things like immediately. But without that, you're gonna have to specify more context of what you're doing anyway to get it to do some skill.
Okay. For the sake of having a shared dartboard to throw darts at, I'm going to write the environment session lifecycle, and I'm going to make something up that feels right to me, and that'll give you a place to point at and say, what if we do this or that?
Yeah.
Okay, so environment becomes available. Oh, you're supposed to dictate. Environment becomes, okay, did it. A little bit slow. Let's see. And then each running session is sent a message of the new environments as they become available. Now the question here is is there's the way Pi does it is neat. It either has the notion of crap, they've got words for it. It's being adopted by other things too. There is a steering message, which as soon as this tool call gets done, the steering message goes in.
Yep.
Or there's like the next message. I wish I knew the terminology. Where it's like after the agent is finished all its tool calls and it's like, what's next? That's when it pops in. So kind of like steering or next message. That's a little bit blurry to me. Agent has a new tool to decide when to enter and exit environments. Agent is encouraged to leave environments if there's too many. I don't know. We can add like little hints to the agent to make it to squeeze its behavior towards a certain direction, so that but
Yeah.
you know, maybe that's beside the point right now. But it, let's see.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's as simple as that.
I think that's it. I mean, if it needs to react to those, it has the opportunity to. I guess that defeats the purpose of having. It's probably I guess when we don't need lifecycle events, we can still define them. Like we'll still have them internally, but like it doesn't. If we can just steer for them, or the agent knows that they have happened, like if I'm actively walking away from a building, don't suggest the building as a source of skills.
Sure.
If I close Obsidian, don't suggest Obsidian skills to me, or don't try to trigger Obsidian skills. That should just be automatic, especially if we're already monitoring every application.
Yeah. And
But yeah, steering sense.
and
Good.
in order to simplify things, I think I'm just going to get rid of the idea of unregistering environment. The clients don't have to say we've left the environment, because if that environment is still useful for running session, then I don't want to interrupt it. I don't want that extra complexity. And the agent itself, if we craft the tool and the tool description right, the agent will see, okay, I've got this tool and I'm instructed that every time I get this update, I'm to quickly re-examine my environments and figure out what I really need and what I don't need. And then it can leave the environment when it's obvious that we're no longer using it. And we can add content, say like, make sure we haven't used it for the past 10 messages or something to make it act right. But it can act okay. If the user wants to artificially enter an environment, it's like, I'm going to go to Kroger's later.
Yeah.
Then like I think down the road we could have like an environment search mechanism for the agent. But right now, it could be just some UI affordance. Like I'm going to go to Kroger's later, and I can look up, go to the environment tab. You immediately see what this agent is, the environments it's in, and you just scroll down to recent environments, or you do the filter search and go to Kroger's, and just tap that one. Then you go back to the agent, which has restarted at that point with Kroger skills, and you say, all right, look at my shopping list, look at Kroger's, help me figure this out.
Yes. Is there? Should we have a skill that's like ambient or universal to just allow the user or allow the agent to know what other environments the user has been on, or been at, or been in? Man.
I think
So
eventually, for sure, because it'd be
Like-
cool to sit down to your in life. You're not going to go to just tons and tons and tons and tons of different places. You're going to hit your you'll have 100 that you
Yeah.
frequent all the time.
yeah,
And you go on a vacation every once in a while, and you'll accrue a lot more. But we'll have something like the tool or the skill or the script that we have that looks at all these things will present the agent with a good sorting of them. These are recent ones. These are things that you've hit, very commonly, and we can make it whatever we want it to be. And the agent should eventually be able to use that skill and crawl into environments that have been in the past. And you can also just look up environments that you've never been in before. I'm going to go to this national park. But I feel like that's all down the road. Super reachable. I see how any of those individually would be implemented.
Right. I'm just gonna write them down. Base environment. I forgot the name of the actual code. Like search for environment. I really fall back to physical terminology, unfortunately, for a lot of these environment concepts. I know that's how I think of them. So, like, previously visited, like, what do you consider yourself visiting Obsidian? I don't know. But
I think the physical metaphor will often work. I think that sounds reasonable.
I don't think it's been. But yeah, I think those would be really powerful. But yeah, that's a good way of describing these. They're like meta skills. Let the agent like interact across environments. That's it.
Yeah, all these make sense. The only thing that gives me pause for right now is it's just yet more context to put in there. But
Yeah.
I don't think any of it's unreasonable.
I think that's just these three, you get a lot, but like strictly as skills with no like context injection or anything like that, that's enough. But yeah, steering message. I think the other concept that you were trying to pin down from the like Py.dev docs was like follow-up messages.
Follow-up, yeah,
Do
sure.
for after.
Send
That
as
sounds
follow-up. Thank you. That's the word.
okay. Yeah, interrupt and correct is steering. So it's actually interrupting the processing. Follow-up is these are the by the way. Okay, yeah, this was like / by the way or / yeah, I actually typed / steer. I should have connected the dots for that. Oh, well, so I use that quite often. So, yeah, I think that makes sense. I don't. Maybe follow-up messages then, because steering can interrupt. Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah, like if the agent is doing work and I'm like, wait, you're not even in the environment that has the skill for it. I'll inject that, and it'll be like, oh, okay, I've got that now.
Yeah. If we want to keep, I think one necessary piece of complexity might be if you are switching between applications, going back to like one of your original points, like having some type of like timeout for when that's considered not automatically injected as a set of possible skills you could call. So if you haven't been in the web browser for 15 minutes, you're just wasting context by still inject. Well, you're not even wasting context actually, but not that much at least. We can just deregister the skill, or not deregister, but
I'm thinking about getting rid of unregister. You mean environment? You said deregister the skill. You mean the environment and all the skills and bundles associated with it?
yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
words are, yeah, there's too much terminology. Why can't we just psychically communicate? Okay.
So like, as long as we support, like, you're technically in multiple environments, and multiple bundles are being applied to. Well, do we even want that? No, cut that. Never mind.
Okay. You're educating me to change something that I've already got in code. Let me
Good.
pitch you an idea that fills in some details to this. Environment comes available in client. So client registers it with server.
Yeah.
Now, right now, the client is also pinging the server every 5 minutes and saying it's still there, it's still useful.
Yep.
But like, is that still? Do we need that? Does it need to ping it every 5 minutes? Maybe it does. Maybe it needs to say I'm still here. I'm still here.
What's the point of? What's the point of it besides continuity?
Because if we get rid of unregistered, which I'm inclined to,
Yeah.
we could go. There's probably either way that we could go. Right now, I'm inclined to get rid of unregistered. So let's explore that path. I walked into Baskin Robbins, register. I'm hanging out in Baskin Robbins 5 minutes later, register, or have a better name for it, register. Okay, so any session that is currently awake, this is another thing bullet we don't have yet. Any session that's currently awake gets this. Baskin Robbins, upon the first time it's registered, Baskin Robbins environment gets sent to everyone in session as an environment that's available. Some environments will choose to take that and load it based on the conversation. Most won't. Okay, but that's this bullet for each running session. But for any session that starts up, this is where the update thing is useful. It gets an initial list of recently available environments in. Gosh, I'm actually getting where I can't type as well. Okay, and so whereas this one gets steering messages and follow-ups, this one, this comes in with the initial user message.
Yeah.
And probably that's kind of one more thing we need to add this to. If the user has sent a message in the interim, it really goes up with this. If the user has sent a message in the interim, the update gets added to the user message. Okay.
I know.
Yeah.
So a completely new session just gets it automatically. Any existing session gets the follow-up just so it gets enough context to be useful.
Yes.
Okay.
If agent decides to enter or exit an environment, then that agent's session is restarted with those environments included. Update.
What does it mean for an agent to exit an environment?
Oh, gosh. No. I said that right. Okay. Agent has a new tool to decide which of these environments it's like, I need to be there. And that one from our previous conversation, we're out of Baskin Robbins. That was an hour ago.
Right.
And so the agent's going to call the revise environments tool. I need a better name. And the
Yep.
join argument is going to have Obsidian because I'm back at my desk, and the leave argument is going to have Baskin Robbins. And as soon as the tool call happens, it's not a normal tool where we just like process it and dump information back in.
Right.
Although it could be. I mean, that's interesting too. But it's a special tool call where basically it stops this current session and injects, removes the skills from Baskin Robbins, injects the skills from Obsidian, replays the session with this new header for skills that are available. An alternative is we could just inject the skill headers right there, but they would eventually leave the context. Maybe that's not a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess my immediate question is, if we inform via like a follow-up message or whatever to the agent, is that sufficient to have the agent actually know that some of the skills are now unavailable? Or should we like say that?
Oh, yeah.
Something.
Okay, that's a great point. The agent sees these skills are available, and so it uses them. And then the agent sees like agent calls leaving Baskin Robbins. So in the next message, the next twinkling of the eye, the agent's memory has been rewritten. It doesn't see the skill at the top. It does mysteriously see its usage of this skill. But if it's still using those things, that's bad. So I guess when it wakes back up, we could say ignore the Baskin Robbins skills. That would work, ish, but not great.
Ice cream. Like, I don't. I don't know. Like,
How do you
like we can diff the skill list or the bundle, like the just
Here's-
like, but that's too manual, I think. Probably.
in an earlier formulation of all this stuff, I was going to have a special tool for calling into the environment and executing the environment. And basically, I was re-implementing MCP servers.
Yeah.
It's nice in some ways because part of talking to that MCP server is saying the name of the skill and like calling it. It's very explicit depending on the MCP implementation. You can see the name of the skill, the name of the function. Sorry, you can see the name of the server, the name of the function you're calling on the server, and the arguments. And you could probably just go back through and erase all those or something. And you can definitely make them not work anymore. But some of these skills that these things are inheriting are like run this bash command, do all this stuff.
Right.
And so, and it's like, as it's using the skill, it will have read how the skill works somewhere up here in the context. It'll be using it, and when it uses it, it's not going to say this was the Obsidian skill. It'll just start using it. And then we leave that environment, it's still got the usage of Obsidian in there, and it's not like tagged by this is the special Obsidian environment. There's nothing formal. So there is a strong chance that it could try to use those things again.
Yeah, for sure.
Is that bad?
I think if we just
Maybe.
Is there a skill already for like listing what's like relisting what skills it has available to itself. It seems kind of stupid. I don't know. I don't know if
I
that's
mean,
stupid.
you can build whatever you want. The way they're typically implemented, I think, is in the system message at the top. It has, hey, here's what an agent skill means, and here is the description and name of each agent skill that we have, and that doesn't ever leave the context. That is, even when you do compaction, that stays unchanged. So you
Maybe
don't
this is
really need it.
special compaction.
Do what?
Maybe this is just a special case for compacting.
Okay. Oh, maybe. Uh,
Because we can just rewrite the entire history and delete all tool calls, period.
but it's not necessarily. Maybe feels heavy-handed.
So what's the main? It's hard to imagine. I'm trying to think of a good example of it then. Yeah, so if it's the only times I think it feels wrong to do that is if it's not a true exit of the environment. Like, let's say I'm just relaunching Obsidian because it's screwed up somehow, or VS Code. And I just relaunch it and it takes 30 seconds or whatever. Then I would be dismayed by my chat history being compressed.
Yeah.
But for legitimate, like, I am done, like, situations, maybe we just trigger a handoff document at that point.
It's always lossy.
Yeah, I know.
What's the simplest thing to do here until
Yeah.
reality bites us?
Simplest thing would be let it die. Just restart, make a new one. Let's just make a new one. Forget it. Like, we summarize it, but we still have access to like some search tool to search the previous chat, and we're done. Like, we literally just start a new session and give it access to a tool or a skill that lets it manually grep the previous session if it needs it.
Yeah, I feel like that's awful heavy-handed too.
Okay.
I'm working from my laptop. I've got probably one of the modes for sessions is just ambient, always on, hangs out with me versus project. And I'm hanging out on an ambient session, and I pop into Baskin Robbins. It enters that. I leave Baskin Robbins, and I expect it to have memory of what I was just doing, and now it's got either compacted or search into a different thread, but neither of which is great.
Let's just see if it fails.
I'm thinking, just let it ride.
Yeah, let's just see if it fails, because it might not. Let's just explicitly say in the follow-up message that previous skills are possibly void or probably not available.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. That'd
be enough.
I feel like that's the simplest thing.
Yeah.
And there is a decent chance that it bites us, but I'd rather let it bite us and then educate us where it needs to be.
It'll depend more on what's the underlying model of whether it can understand that, like, the context has shifted.
Here's what I think will happen. We'll implement it so that when I'm gonna click on stuff. Yeah, okay, right down here. When the agent's like, I'm gonna call this tool, then its session restarts and chunks of its system message disappear. Of course, it's none the wiser. It's like this is my whole world, but it does see tool calls and stuff that it mysteriously knew how to do. There is absolutely a chance that it'll try to follow the same patterns. If you get in the same topics, then it will again try to hit your obsidian with the examples that it's seen above. But if you're in the same mental space, that's not necessarily a bad thing. That's not. It's an unexpected consequence that the thing just still continues to work the way you want it to. The bad situation is when you don't want it to call something, like I was in my bank and I don't want it to call my bank anymore. But the way that could be worked out in the future is any really, really official environment bundle that is written by the bank, it's going to come in as probably an MCP server or something a little bit more dependable than run these bash commands. And if it's an MCP server implementation, then that's an easy thing for us to just turn off. Like we can turn that off. So maybe when you're writing your own skills, do whatever you want to. If you write bash commands, they're going to be seen in the session history, and you deal with it. If you want something that's rock hard and it's not going to be able to call into these previous things, use MCP server stuff instead. And that's not quite a perfect thing because it might say, oh, I can't do that anymore, so I'll use bash. So even that's a little bit weird, but I kind of want to let it bite me.
So are you saying in general MCPs would be more robust to being swapped out like this?
It's just it offers its own affordance
Right.
for us to deal with it. The model knows how to use MCP servers at this point, and if it sees examples of it calling an MCP server that's not defined anywhere, because that will be gone out of the system message, and it tries to call those again, then they'll just come back with an error that says this environment has been left. If you want back in here, enter that environment again.
Yeah.
And that'll work okay.
I guess we could also, this is probably also heavy-handed, but make it so every single skill, the first parameter effectively is the environment that it applies to, even when it's obvious. So like if you're updating today's note, like you have to say Obsidian first. It's more tokens, but it would kind of almost be a means of forcing the agent to think of what environment it's in.
Is update today's note, you've written it like it's a tool.
Oh, yeah, I guess it would be a tool. And I guess it depends.
Like
Specifying the actual environment as part of like the agent's call.
I think this could probably be worked out. This is the finicky bit that can be worked out with a good system message. Like we can say in the system message, when you get started, look at the user's message and the available environments, because those will be bundled together when this thing starts, and try to figure out what the user is talking about and join those environments. If it's not clear, then ask the user. And so the experience from the user's perspective is they say, can you remind me to buy some ice cream? And the agent, if it's been instructed properly and it's working right, it's going to be like, I don't know how you want me to remind you of that. And then like it can even see the environments and say, is there an Obsidian note for this, or what do we do? Mm-hmm. And then the user can say it, and then the next message the agent calls join environment.
Yeah. What is the idea of being in separate environments? Like, why don't we just give every single bundle to the agent in
So
all
that
scenarios?
the agent is always in every environment
Yeah.
that's available.
Yeah.
Okay,
Because the
let's play
user's
with that
only
idea.
physically able to be in a handful of environments anyway.
Maybe let's play with that idea because that would be simpler, right?
Yeah, that would be really, because I am going to want to be able to, like, maybe if I'm not in a given environment for a environment specific skill,
Mm-hmm.
maybe that's the scenario where it gets queued or at least suggested back to me when I'm now in that new environment. So we still should do the follow-up messages to notify that you are in this environment, most likely. But it just always has access to everything.
That would be easier to implement. So let's explore the. Okay, so environment lifecycle, version 1, agent requests entry to environments. Yeah, V2.
Builds all the time. Follow up. Environments. Environments. Yeah. I think that makes sense because then the agent has a lot more. It leaves it up to the agent more. But we can have multiple follow-up messages in quick succession of just, oh, you're in Obsidian, you're in Firefox, you're in Brave, you're in whatever. You're now in a coffee shop type stuff. And it just stacks. The failure case is agent can call tool/fields, whatever, for other environments. Option 1, error. Option 2, you. Actually, queue message next. Okay, maybe I'm just redefining registration to be active. Maybe. Oh well. Active. It is appended to the follow-up message sent to the agent. What else? What other options are there? Or is that good enough? That might just be fine.
So, first start, walk me through these. There's 2 scenarios that could be bad.
Mm-hmm.
One thing is every time I open up a new tab on my Chrome and enter a new website, that's basically a new environment. Because there's surely something, like for any website, it's going to be easy enough to create a skill for that. If nothing else, you've got access to the URL and the agent can start figuring stuff out. If I open an application, that's a new environment. If I walk somewhere new, that's a new environment. And every time we hit a new environment, if the assumption is every session has access to all environments, then those get appended. And then on the flip side of that is when I leave an environment, when do we ever pull stuff out of the sessions?
Pull stuff out of the session. Never, unless a user starts a new session. And it bloats context a lot, though. Yeah. So maybe for the first case, first scenario, maybe the base environment should just have the follow-up message is terse. It's just visited website window name or whatever, window title.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe one of the base skills that's always available for every environment is just a I don't know what better way of describing it, like the details or something. And that might just be a tool call that's get like the full URL, full file path if possible. This is completely environment specific in how it actually could show, like this might be like surrounding businesses versus follow up.
See, you can't type either.
Oh god.
I can hear you. I'm just getting a drink.
Any business details. What else? System. What else? Like screenshot maybe. Like, well, no, that's a separate skill. So it's separate. I keep using skills and tools interchangeably, whatever. But yeah, maybe we just keep it terse and we only expand it, progressive disclosure type stuff. And we only expand on it if the agent actually calls, like, what is this environment? And then we describe it in more detail. And that would include actual, like, full URL / maybe full tab list. I don't know. It really depends on the capabilities of the environment. Because there might be two environments, like an Obsidian on your phone or Obsidian on your laptop, and they might have different setups of what we can actually obtain in terms of context for that environment. But this kind of abstracts it away. We don't really care. The agent will call it. And it's generic. So wait, we'll still be polluting. Would it make sense if you're like in a web browser environment, just having like a log, like an activity log of what you're doing in that application, just in a markdown file that's just like actions.md or like actions.log, or like user actions.log. That's just straight up what's happening, and expose that as a skill to actually introspect into if needed.
All possible. The
Yeah.
the problem with and I like the idea of sticking stuff in files too, because agents know files. They've been fine tuned to crazy
The one
extremes
thing
in
I can
files.
do well.
Yeah. Um, but the problem was if the file changes, then the agent doesn't actually see the change in the file. It can refer to it occasionally if it wants to, but
We can, we can register like a iNotify event to publish like a follow-up message when the file changes if we really wanted to. But that's the same thing.
It's
It's
the
just
same.
injected into the follow-up message. So
Yeah.
but maybe if we just, we're trying to min-max tokens right now but if you're going to, we're going to support compacting anyway. We kind of have to at some point. So
That's already supported because whatever base
Right.
runtime you have has it.
Right. So
Well, which that has implications. We don't control compaction directly.
but that's okay. And well, we should probably try to monitor the agent, like session usage, because that would be a useful follow-up. It's not just steering, like, oh, you're about to be compressed, handoff doc now, type thing. So we could preempt it, even if we can't control it. But whatever. I kind of like the idea of just like letting it go wild. Just have a bunch of skills.
I'm still more drawn to V1.
Yeah, wait, so yeah, right. So what's the core? Right. So it's still a problem of, we still have the same problem in V1, don't we? Of someone just doing a bunch of tabs, if that's considered a new environment.
Oh yeah. But that's not opening a new tab is not going to inject the new environment. So in V1 it's more heavy, for sure. Whenever in V1 the agent sees when environments are changing, it's got an instruction that you don't have to pay too much attention to these, but if it's relevant, you should call this tool. But it's going to still have the telemetry pop up of these things changing, and it's just going to have to get used to it. We have to make it be able to tolerate at least that much extra context. And when it sees something that it's like I belong there, then session shuts down, restarts. Eventually, it decides it no longer belongs there. Session shuts down, it restarts. I'm thinking about not worrying about the other calls hanging around from using skills that no longer exist. I'm just not going to worry about it and see how bad it is. V2 is more lightweight, but it's still got. I haven't thought through. I haven't been able to see through the challenges of V2. If one challenge is, as I'm coming to every environment, it just basically gets added in. Now it will be progressive disclosure effectively. So it's just going to say it'll look like telemetry going by. This was up, this was, and the agent will have its own tool for get details, and the get details is going to be it's really going to probably be get the bundle for it. And it'll load all the skills and MCP servers, and the way you've described it so far sounds like it's injecting that into the conversation, not into the system message.
Right.
So, then it never leaves. In this case, I worry about a lot of context potentially. It is just opening up the files as needed, but still they're going to be there. I worry about whenever compaction happens, all that stuff will definitely go away because it's not been rewritten into the system message.
Mhm.
There's a third thing that I couldn't see through either.
I think the right, so we're actually modifying the system prompt in V1 with this is the actual environment you're in.
Mhm.
And then we also send the follow-up message. Is that correct?
If the session is running and we enter a new environment becomes available, then we put the little telemetry line of available environment in the follow-up message. Yep. That would be the
Okay.
same. That would be exactly the same in V1 and V2.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, let's just start with V1 then. Then, like, we can always very easily just expand it to more if that's as like a test if we wanted to.
Well, that's kind of interesting. V1 and V2 with a different set of glasses on are almost the same.
Yeah.
V1 has a tool about whether or not it wants to join the environment. V2 has a tool about whether it wants the details of the environment, but what comes out of the tool is basically the same information.
Yeah.
It's just that V1's tool stops the session, sticks it in the system message. V2's tool doesn't stop the session and just like puts it into the content in like a user message or something, or a tool response message, obviously.
Yeah.
So they're similar.
Okay. Here's an alternative.
V3.
It's V1, but we just, as you encounter new environments, they are added, full stop, to the environment. And there's still a follow-up message. There's still that indication row of you've gone into that other environment. It passively builds up the context that's actually relevant to your entire project that you're working on, because that way, if you're swapping between like browser, Obsidian, VS Code, simulator, potentially, you're already going to want all of those. It's going to come across naturally as you do the things super passively. It's just going to tack on the follow-up messages, and it somewhat alleviates the initial strain of just literally everything in the V2 context, but it's the same. It's unsure whether we like how much like the actual follow-up message should be constructed, but that's how I imagine. Like you only accept complexity as it's necessary. If you're doing something that's useful, that's enough signal to know that it's probably relevant for the entire lifetime of whatever thought you're having, I guess, maybe. Like,
You don't check social media.
sometimes, yeah. Well, we can filter that out. We could filter out.
But I want it sometimes.
Okay. Oh God. Right. It's useful context.
I can go down a rabbit hole and I've got blog posts and social media and YouTube videos
Yeah.
and my stocks app and oh crap, what was I doing? Yeah, I'm working on the project. And now my project doesn't make any sense because it's trying to execute like a short on Apple stock.
This oh no. Oh no. So this goes okay. Slight tangent. Um, I was thinking about like I think there might need to be a concept like a project idea where it's like these environments relate to this project, not all the time, but usually. And so, similar to how environments, we are like following up on new environments being accessible. The same thing can happen with like what project you're currently working on. Maybe we just, well, it's hard because it's like it's embedded in like the web browser, so it's like you might be on like a Facebook, but that might be relevant to the actual task at hand because I just default to coding examples, but people do other things apparently with their computers. So like actually like doing like marketing or something, you'll need that. So like being able to differentiate between like, are you actively working versus are you like doom scrolling or whatever, that's necessary to know. But that's
See, we're getting into stuff that I think the phone app is going to be the version of the web app. Or sorry, the phone app is going to be the hard version of the native app. When I'm got my little purple screen on the side of the window and I'm working in a project, then I don't go to social media all the time. It's basically going to be like focused on one thing, and I'll have a different tab for every project I'm working. It's going to pretty much stick on point. I won't start interjecting comments about like social media. But when I'm on the phone, I don't want to have like little fiddly tabs for every little conversation. I think it won't. I want something that is going to have a few extra behaviors on the same substrate. It's going to be one contiguous conversation typically, and it's like maybe some extra rules on the phone about like if I haven't talked to it in 10 minutes, then chances are this is a new conversation. I don't know if that's a great idea. I just like thinking of stuff. But something where it anticipates quick changes in conversation, whereas the easier thing is where you don't typically have quick changes in conversation and stuff. Let's figure out how to. So I want to let this soak in a little bit. Thank you for helping me think through these things. I think I'm gonna build something and show it to you guys and say, "How about this?" And one thing I just figured out is when I talked about shorting Apple stock after I just go check out my finances, is I want lock environment for when I'm working on a project. So lock environments. One thing like if I'm working in Obsidian and I'm streaming in OBS, then I don't want to worry about it like joining new environments and stuff. So on the session screen, I can click the little environment button. Maybe it goes to I can see all the environments that it's in and the recent environments. I can enter a new environment artificially. I can just like enter this. Dang it. I can take it out of environments it doesn't belong in, and there's a little lock. I can click this lock, and that turns off the follow-up environmental stuff, and that just ends it. I'm not going to build that yet, but I want something like that. I want something to make sure that it's a constrained environmental space when I'm working on my computer.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, why not just give the agent access to the tool necessary to add or remove environments?
That's what we're doing.
Yeah, no, but like, yeah, that's it. So I can just tell it to join the. I'm currently working on, like, Rook.
Oh, and just like never even have it see the environments go by in the telemetry?
Actually, yeah, why not? Um, if you're going to let the user micromanage it, why can't the agent?
Well, that's not a bad idea. That's also simpler than both the things that we've said so far. So for V0, the agent doesn't have the ability to, of its own accord, leave or join environments. We don't add the injection of environment telemetry into the conversation. We just have an environment screen, and it's up to the human user to say, this one, here's what I've seen recently. Enter this one, enter this one, enter this one. I don't think ultimately that's what we'll want, but that's the easiest thing to implement, and that gives us very good visibility as human developers into what's happening. Makes it a little bit harder to use.
Well, the only real affordance that would have to be added, really, or signifier, is instead of the follow-up message being for the agent, it's for the user. And you just click, it's like, oh, you're now, it looks like you're using Obsidian. Do you want to enable Obsidian skills or Obsidian environment? Click. And it adds it. And then you're going to automatically prompt after that anyway, because you're there. There's a purpose for you to be in there.
Okay, I kind of like that.
Actually, I guess lock mode is by default then.
Yeah. It's heavy-handed. I don't think that the user experience would be great, but it's less to implement, and it gives us absolute visibility into what's happening as we're getting used to this notion of environments. So I kind of like it. It meets my criteria for simple and accept complexity as we get used to complexity and need it.
Yeah, I guess part of it is just the whole follow-up message and stuff. Like, we can grow into that for sure, very easily. But I didn't realize we could. We can just have a list of what environments the chat has access to, or the current session. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna have to go get lunch soon, but soon might be like 20 minutes. I don't know. What are you? Are you still working on like location type stuff? What's your jam? What are you interested in?
Basic Android. That seems to be minimally working. I need to actually. There's some performance issues, but like it does go through the server correctly. So like I can type testing on my phone and have it respond via the same backend server. So
what are you using as your agent?
Claude.
Claude.
Code.
Claude is not terribly well implemented.
I, my my test so far for this like rewrite or new client is just type a message, get message back. That is my acceptance criteria currently.
Okay, that's cool. That's great. We have an Android client.
It's draft PR. But yeah, I need to run the Pi agent. I can easily test that.
If like I use PyAgent very cheaply, but the first time I tried working with Pi, it cost me $40 a day, and it's like, holy crap, this is bad. Uh, do you have a good setup for that?
I use DeepSeek a lot,
Okay, that'll work.
uh, which is the cheapest, actually decent agent.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good. I think you're the one that told me about that, and I tried it, and I've spent $3 on it this month.
Oh no,
Yeah, it's like
covered.
wow. Like I don't know how they make it so cheap.
I have
Um,
blown through dollars in it, which is bad, but still somehow.
and do you have a ChatGPT membership by any chance?
I usually, for a while, I was like swapping between like Anthropic and like OpenAI for subscriptions, like every few months. But I've kind of been on Claude Code exclusively for quite a while.
Hmm.
I don't mind just like grabbing like a $20 plan and just seeing how it works.
That
But 5.6 is supposedly pretty good.
5.4 is what I've been going with, and I don't know. I I think everyone is ahead of me in some dimensions, but 5.4 it works fine with the way I code. I don't do loopy stuff. I don't token max. I do $20 a month ChatGPT plan. You just open up Pi and go /login, and you can log into it. And
Oh,
every once in a while, I hit there's a 5 hour window, and it'll just stop working. And unfortunately, like my Rook client just doesn't tell me; it just quits responding. So I've got to fix that.
yeah.
Yeah, but I $20 a month, and it's been great. And then whenever I hit that window, which is just fairly rare, I'll go to DeepSeek, and it's almost as good, but not quite.
Yeah, I think I'm consolidating on like as I have a really cheap model as like the front end, and that's just good at tool calling.
Hmm.
And I'm experimenting with like local models to replace DeepSeek for that purpose. But some of the skills I have are like orchestrating Claude Code via the cheaper model, and just as like a monitoring type situation for like slash goal and whatnot.
Okay.
Because I always end up just like having the agent write my goal scripts after my initial like draft goals. And I don't know. I'm just experimenting with a lot of workflow stuff still. It's never ending.
Yeah. By the way, as a note for later, since obviously like hacking and stuff, this whole weird odyssey that apparently I'm on right now, it came out of like me being a responsible human and trying to get more business for consulting.
Yeah.
I was doing stuff with AI software development cycle like dark factory stuff. So I had a podcast going for that, and I really like AI product, like actually how you build stuff. And these both were too much, so I threw this away. And AI product, the reason I started building out my own agent was like, this is a good test bed. Pi, you can build stuff. I want to show people how easy it is to like plug these things together. And it just like I kind of fell in love with what it's becoming. And so now I think I'm attempting some sort of weird open source startup, and I don't know what I'm doing, but it's fun. If you ever want, part of this is still to build content so that I can like pull in people around consulting eventually. This will fail in all likelihood. I'm gonna try to make it not fail. I'm actually pretty serious. But when it fails, I'll say, well, I've done this stupid live stream for forever. Maybe I've got some notoriety with that. But I've invited smart people on to hack with me, and I'll be able to chop those bits up into content and share them, and have blog posts and stuff come out of it. So if you ever wanted to work with me on any of the cool ideas with agents, memory, compaction, multi-user stuff, then keep that in the back of your mind. Like, we could roll on some of those ideas too.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, open to it.
Cool. Cool.
I wasted all of my Fable 5 usage on making it design a PCB. So
What's a PCB?
like a circuit board.
Awesome. How'd it do?
You can do that reasonably well. Like there's like CLI tools that like let you like check the routing of like traces on the like circuit boards, and you can just run an agent against it, basically.
Wow.
It's pretty, it seems reasonable.
Better than anything the generation
It's
before.
better than manually doing it, for sure, because you have to place every single component physically on the board and then make sure it's electrically connected and possible to create. I don't know. So I don't know, it's opening up your mind to like, there's a bunch of opportunities.
Is it Opus 5? Is it Opus 4.8? Is that the same thing as Fable?
No. I still don't know exactly what Fable 5 actually is behind the scenes. I think it's a new model.
Well, Fable 5. Okay, there's the answer. 5. I forgot about that.
I think it is a new model, but I think it's mostly just a new way of them doing like sub-agents, probably like behind the scenes. But it seems
Okay.
fine. It seems more capable, at least from like versus Opus, but I also have run out of usage, basically. But yeah, totally open to like hacking on stuff. Some pieces I know more than others, obviously. Yeah, I need to mess around with the like py.dev side of it more. Random interesting project that I saw. There's a IDE that's based on Pi called OMP.
Oh, my pie.
Yeah, Oh My Pi. Do you know much about that?
It's Pi, but Pi is very unopinionated, so this is with all the opinions in.
Yes. Yeah, it's just basically trying to make it the best coding agent as it can be. But I don't know, I've been meaning to try it out. But cool. I don't know. You might want to steal tools from it or something. I don't know.
Eventually, like, here's another random background thought for you. Bathroom thoughts. Shower thoughts. I'll call it shower thoughts. One thing, I'm talking to people that are good at business as well as like hacking with people. So that, and the Matt Linkus told me that he had a startup where he made a database that was awesome and better than everything, but the startup had a lot of trouble because you could either use his cool database that was better than anything else, or you could use the incumbent Postgres. And so when potential clients like had to choose between going all in on a startup or that might be better or Postgres, they went for Postgres. So like with Rook, even be thinking about what is the core that is special in you and how we can optionally make that core available to any other agent, any other IDE, whatever.
I think it's we have Claw, we have Cursor, that covers like 80% of everyone. The remaining like 20% are probably like the Hermes / OpenClaw people. And I think that's completely doable. I haven't read the PyDocs, but there is like a server-side webhook that just creates a new session directly
Mhm.
For OpenClaw and Hermes that you can just post a message to with like an API key, and it will act as the Hermes default profile you have configured.
Okay, so you could attach it similar to what we're doing right now.
Yeah, I think it should be it seems like it should be pretty seamless. It's not by default enabled, but I think most people enable it anyway. Especially if they're using like Tailscale, which this would kind of require. But I think that would cover most people in terms of easily bringing along existing skills, existing features. Like if someone has a skill for like deployment pipelines or something for their given project, that might need to be like a scanning, like what from your available skills might be relevant to this environment type process. But that's an optimization. But yeah, I think that would cover most, because if you have like whatever your cloud config is locally, like Rook already adopts it as, or just wraps over it. So as long as we fundamentally still have prompting, and that's it, really, like Rook will work.
Okay, I'll give you one extra challenge then. So right now, everything that we can stick underneath Rook works, and that speaks ACP, or we can convince to speak Agent Client Protocol.
Yeah.
What about things on the outside that people are like, I'm not going to be able to get rid of this thing? Like the business dude that loves the Copilot suite or loves Codex, which Codex is actually pretty awesome. You should use it. Or Claude Cowork instead of Claude Code. You know, like they're used to this interface. Is there any way that we can still take the goodness of environmental awareness and automatic skills injection and point it that way, point it into clients that are reading from,
like the inversion of Rook?
Yep. Like maybe wrap a MCP around Rook itself. You know, only the environmental aspects of Rook. Rook doesn't talk to, and
Yeah.
I don't want to do this right now, but just as a shower thought.
Yeah. I've kind of explored this version a bit more personally, and it defaults down to cron jobs on whatever platform you have the like Codex or Claude or whatever working on, because you don't want to pull all the information from like there's too much data. There's just too much data. So we have to parse down like what's considered like an exceptional or interesting piece of data before sending it, in order to not just like the same reason why the follow-up message spam could be a problem for the underlying Rook agent. If Rook is just something you can import as like a skill or an MCP or whatever into an arbitrary like agent or harness, there would have to be something. There would have to be at least some infrastructure on the harness side to make sure it doesn't just get blasted with like, here's a screenshot every 5 minutes of the current screen, or because, well, that's kind of the same problem as we'll have with Rook.
The thing that we discussed today implies that Rook works because the harness around the harness is injecting environmental updates into it eventually. Although, like for V0, we're like, don't even worry about that.
Yeah.
But even that implies that the user has to be aware of the environments that they're running into. So maybe, okay, so like maybe you could have an MCP server where it has the ability to, you could ask your agent what environments are available right now, and it could inject those in, and then you could say, oh, well, join me up for Baskin Robbins and Obsidian, because I'm hanging out here working today, eating ice cream and working. I don't know, that's why it's my example. But there might be a way that you could do it. Like, it's just more clumsy than what Rook will be, where it natively understands that you need environments, and you're going to be getting updates from the environments eventually.
Right. It's probably it's decomposable into like a bunch of different calls, but I think the reason why I like the Rook idea is because it's a persistent interface across things. If it's not persistent, I think it loses a lot of value, because like eventually I do want it to be able to just have some possible context off my phone to inform like coding. Like if I'm like, if I looked up some documentation on my phone, like mid-conversation or something, and that documentation would be useful for the coding session I'm doing on my laptop, it'd be nice to just easily pull that in, even if it's a manual like button somewhere in Rook, like just as long as it's somewhat seamless. Like that's a lot more useful than disconnected sessions all pulling from the same source of what environment I'm in.
I agree with you. Rook will be better than all the others, but for the business dude that doesn't want to go to Rook, I'm looking for like dotted lines that we can start drawing inside this product. So it's like, hey, Rook's a sellable product. Well, Rook's an open source product, but for the people that want the convenient path, Rook is a sellable product. But there's also an ecosystem around environments and the ability to speak skills into environments, and you don't quite get as much if you don't have these affordances, but you can still use it with your Copilot, business dude. So keep it in the back of your mind. It's absolutely not critical right now. It's just a idle thing.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna break, and I'm gonna start. And by break, I mean just continue. I'm gonna start coding on some of the ideas that we talked about here. Feel free to hang out and co-work if you want to. I'm gonna go fairly dumb. Feel free to leave too, obviously.
I'm gonna step away, but yeah, I'll be back sometime today. I'm not sure what I want to focus on. I probably just like, I might touch into some of the environment repository stuff just to like test out registering skills to whatever the current business like physical location is. So that's probably the most interesting part to me. And then maybe Android. I'll just try doing it on Android and seeing what breaks.
Okay. If you do anything that doesn't touch the server API, just land it. If you do things that touch the server, I'm gonna try Greg's idea. I don't know if you read that in the messages.
Yeah, just constant push to master.
Yeah, scares the crap out of me. But he's been rolling it like a cyborg for a while. If it's something where it's like people might or might not like this, then please put it in PR. But if it's like, I think they'll like this, then let's see what we can do. Just keep us
Yeah.
up to date.
I'm down. Probably need more tests first. That's the only like some minimum like tests.
Yeah.
Probably what I would focus on first before doing complete drive-by commits, but whatever.
The clients don't have any tests yet. I've been meaning to add them, but I've also decided that the front end's going to change a bit soon anyway. So
Yeah, so engine tests are not worth it right now, I bet. But yeah, I don't know. I'll do some tests in Android and go from there. Cool. Okay. Well, see ya.
yep, nice conversation. Ciao.
Yep.
Why the crap does this screen keep changing its freaking size? There, good enough. Son of a. Yeah, that totally ruined the vibe. I was gonna be like, that was Michael Peterson. But, oh well. Alright, conversation summary. Really cool brainstorming about the environments and how they will interact with sessions. This would be where if I was smart enough, I would have something transcribing my conversation live, and then I could say, review the current transcript for our meeting and create an issue. But I don't have that transcript. It sucks. Dang it. See, look here. This little window has changed size too. Why? You go over there. You go there. Yeah. Another goal is to completely agentify my business process, my office day to day, where I'm having this transcription automatically be converted to like to-dos and issues and everything, notes, blog posts. And then if I get really good at that, then maybe I can be an executive coach or something. I don't know. You guys should use rope. You know, I'm gonna put in like an hour tomorrow on the 4th. But maybe I should get really, really drunk before I do it. Wouldn't that be fun? Here's some really ad hoc notes from a meeting I just had with Michael Pedersen. I want you to focus on the environment session lifecycle V0 and V1 and create a new issue inside this repo for implementing the environment session lifecycle. The initial implementation is going to follow V0, where basically every time an environment becomes available, then it is displayed in the environment screen associated with each session. One of the tasks is to create that environment screen. But in order to keep things easy, we won't have an agent decide what environments it belongs in. We will just allow the user to select the environments that they want to join, and that will trigger the restart of the session with the skills added. So the window that I'm talking about will have the affordances to, it will show all of the recent environments sorted by time order of last touch. And it will allow the user to include them or exclude them from the session. An optional extra task in the UI is on the chat screen. There might need to be an extra, well, there definitely need to be an extra button to see the environments associated with this session. And it'd be kind of cool if, as all these sessions are becoming available, that they appear briefly on the screen and get like sucked into the button so that users know to go there to look at them. All right, so create that new issue and then give me the URL for that. Create another issue for environment session lifecycle V2. And this one follows on from V0 and it adds a few more elements. For one thing, the agent gets updates as new environments become available. Just a terse piece of information that's like, this environment is available, here's what this environment does, so that the agent can choose if it wants to be part of that environment. The agent will have its own tool to leave or join environment, and it'll just have an argument for leave, which is an array of environments, or join, which is an array of environment IDs. Both arguments are environment IDs. Once that tool is called, then that session will be shut down, the skills will be injected, and that session will be restarted. Or rather, the session will continue. Yeah, so scratch that. The session will continue, but the agent runtime will be shut down. The skills will be injected or removed, and the agent runtime will be started back up. In a similar vein, if a new session is started, then all of the recently touched environments will be presented to it with the initial user message, and the agent will be instructed to enter the environments that it deems appropriate. So create that as a separate GitHub issue and append it to the first GitHub issue. Give me the markdown encoded links to both. Where does my UI go?
Lovers suffering from remembering what harness you used. Claude Code, Cursor, Codex, some terminal tab you closed 3 days ago. You may be suffering from harness fragmentation syndrome. Introducing Spec Story Resume. Now you can browse all your saved agent sessions, all from one location, and resume into a different agent with all your context that matters. Ask a friendly developer if Spec Story Resume is right for you. Side effects may include finishing work you forgot you started, emotional attachment to session titles, and becoming dangerously confident switching between harnesses. Do not use Spec Story Resume if you enjoy starting from scratch. Are you a polyglot agent lover suffering from remembering what harness you use?
All right, I will be speaking at the July 20th edition of, okay, I guess not an edition, it's a one-off. I will be doing a lightning course for Greg Cesarelli, who has been my buddy building out Rook part of the time. You're mostly providing smart ideas. And I'll be explaining how to build an agent environment-aware AI agent from scratch. All right, let's figure out what that entails. Greg, you need a new last name. All right. I'm gonna be a busy boy. Dang it. Oops.
What?
What's the point of it all? Talking to a YouTube video. Okay, why are coding agents dead? And conversely, why are coding agents the next awesome thing? I'm tired. Yep, true. Okay. Seems cool. I've been interviewed by both those guys. Him multiple times. Fun folks. All right. That's what I'll be speaking at. Well, great. Right now, these are of extreme urgency. I've got to build that one first. Okay, deliver talk. All right, I think that's wrapped. Hmm. FYI, good conversations with Michael and Nick. Alright, so what happened to the environment session lifecycle thing? Oh, of course. I told you to make those links markdown links so I can click them. Doesn't it say this in your... I guess it doesn't just say this in its agents.md, so... Alright. Oh man, that's a bug. Did you notice it? I told you to make the second issue about environment session lifecycle V1, not V2. Also, both of these issues are too wordy and long. Just keep basically the things that I said and make it like I wrote it quickly. Man, that's a bad bug. All right. Uh-oh, this is running out of juice. So, now, I got so many microphones around me, I can't tell where I'm talking to. make it so that you don't have to compete. Make it so that Rook does not have to compete with other technologies in its class. If the business dude really likes Copilot, then he should still have access to Rook's powerful, environment-aware capabilities. Alright, environment stuff. Is this one? Alright, there's what I'm really focused on. Next on this. Oops. See, that's an ADHD thing, to automatically type it in without even knowing I'm typing it in. It's not even called Twitter anymore. But this is not an ADHD thing. I'm explicitly making the decision to check the stocks. And quite frankly, I'm nonplussed. Right. I think I'm falling out of love with you, Cursor. Sorry. Alright, dear Rook. We were just talking about something else. Ah, yes. On another screen, I was setting up... Crap, closed it. A tunnel. Cloudflare. Log in. Afraid you guys can't see this. Oh wait, no, I've got it set up. Okay, so back to the Cloudflare stuff. The GitHub repo you just created has several Rook environment variables now, correct? Show me what they are and tell me where to retrieve or generate all of them. Also, remember that I've got that other repo where they're already populated, so maybe I can reuse the same keys again if that's advisable. It's a nasty bug. Ah, right, okay. Womp womp, you don't get to see. Okay. Okay. What's up, too?
I shot a few bullets.
Getting better?
I hit the wood every single time, so.
The target is shrinking. Then she'll be hitting the bullseye. And then rabbit's eyes, which are smaller than bullseyes.
Do you want a piece of gum?
Sure.
Okay. You good?
No, I'm very tired. I work hard for the money,
Which you haven't earned in like 5 months.
which I haven't earned in a while.
Love you, Papa.
You bet. Hmm. What is the deploy host, the deploy user, and the deploy port? Sorry, I've got to take this away too. Yeah. Uh-oh. Okay, the only thing I haven't tracked down is the 2 Cloudflare keys. What should I look for? Okay, force a push into the Rook's Nest environment repository repo, and I want to see if the deployment action works. You should follow along too using GH. Let's close the screen up. Okay, I've updated the repo secret. So the rook deploy port is absolutely 22 right now. Force deploy again, and let's keep an eye on that action. Come on, deploy to production. Nope. this is using all the same environmental variables except for I guess it's using all of the exact same environmental variables. Force a push against that and watch its actions to see if it deploys successfully. Alright, so that deploys successfully. Sure, compare the workflows and I'll check on the Cloudflare args. No. Okay, I just recopied and pasted the Cloudflare params arguments. Force a deploy again on the environment repository. show me which line is being run in the workflow in a way that I can reproduce it locally. And I'll just try running it myself.
Upstairs.
What's the deploy path on my machine? Uh-oh. There we go. Force a push again against the environment repository repo. Can you create a simpler workflow and dissect it and just keep and directly execute the simpler workflow and dissect it until you figure out what's going on? It's gonna say the same thing again. Ding it. Boy, these are so much better than agents were not long ago. Of course. Oh wait, the Git repository hasn't been set up inside that server. Do I need to actually install that Git repository there before this will work? Oh, well, okay, there you go. Can you set up the deployment workflow to optionally run the git clone if it's not there already? And create the path if it's not there already? All right, now force a push and see if it works. No. Ah. That's what it is, though. Rook deploy host. Rook deploy host. Work deploy. Oops. Work deploy host. Okay. Work deploy user. Work deploy user. Work deploy user. Work deploy port. Work deploy port. Work deploy port. All carefully updated. Try once more. Judah. Deploying to production. Verified. Holy crap. It's working. About freaking time. Wow. Okay, great. Now run the health check on the environment server. What are you freaking running? No. No, I mean just curl this. Can you check on that and see how far it's getting? And in our deployment script, did we actually restart the server? That's going to be important. You might want to check what we're doing with I don't want to actually have to go to the server, so in the deploy script, make it check for the things it needs and install it. And so you'll have to stick the relevant configuration or scripts into the repo. Mm-hmm. Lo tengo que pis. Mm-hmm. Holy crap. That's right, folks. I literally gave my agent my SSH credentials for the production machine. But the production machine is behind my couch and there's nothing of value on it. Can't do this for very long, but I can do it for now. Peace. Oh. Okay. Alright, so I need to check those out. Home network. Can you figure out why that doesn't resolve? Nope. Here we go. Oh. Nope. This is what I'm seeing in Cloudflare. And am I looking at something wrong? I've just purchased the Rook's Nest today, so maybe it's not awake yet or something. How do I check? Oh. Okay, I'm just an idiot. Hmm. Aha. Finally. I think it's fantastic what you've done here. Really nice work. Now, there were some changes that we made in the environment repository repo that might be useful in the Apple Leaf repo. Can you enumerate all the possible changes that might be useful? Also, let's create a document that documents all of the environment variables that we need and where we get them, and also what they likely are. And in particular, for the two Cloudflare environmental arguments, environmental variables, I got them from the appleleaf.env file. So write that up on a README and stick it in the environment repository. So all the work that I've been doing on another screen is to set up a new repository for the official environmental repository, the thing that connects environments to known skills and stuff. For the deployment script in both of those repositories, make it check the public URL, do a health check there. You might also want to make sure that the other repository, the Apple Leaf repository, actually has a health check built into it. I've git cloned the other repository locally. you should be able to find it at the expected location.
Deploy docs updated and pushed.
Now, make sure that both Apple Leaf and the environment repository are pushed, and follow both of their builds to make sure they're working. Yes, please fix that and try it again. Oh man, I'm tired. Still more to go. Okay, so I assume everything is pushed, right? Alright, let's open another one. Woof. There we go. Read this issue. You can use GH to pull the issue details. I want you to update this issue. I've created another repository that might be a good home for the future canonical environment repository. And so I was thinking that inside this repo, we can subclass Hey,
Are you not live anymore?
I'm live.
Stop chewing. We can hear you really loudly.
You gave me this gum.
Sorry.
I'm told that the smacking of my gum is
Super loud.
disgusting. Dear, would you mind taking my glass, my plate gum?
Yes. Sorry about that.
Fine, I won't chew my gum anymore. It's good
Not
gum.
during a live stream.
All right. There goes my dental health. As remote repository, but keep everything combined defines or whatever I called that class. I don't think it was that. What's the pattern where you take a class and it's the combination of the subclasses? But anyway, on that new repository, an API can be set up there that effectively does the same thing as the environment repository. They should only be read-only requests, because I don't want anyone writing to that particular server. It's not super duper secure. So I want you to update the issue with this new information. And gives some very, very terse breadcrumbs into where these classes are defined and what the expected API is. Ooh, that's a bug. Ugh, I can't close it either. Dang it. Oh. Oh, wow. Ugh, how did that even happen? I love how fast it is to reload Chrome. Cursor, you guys should learn from that. I'm much more inclined to reload Chrome because it'll start back in 2 seconds. Composite environment repository. Thank you. Say, when we were on the show with Hugo, you said you had a skill that would look at a web page network traffic or something and figure out what all of the APIs were that made it run and build a skill that could talk to those APIs programmatically. Do you happen to have that handy? I could use it right now. This person likes terse commentary. So I stick it here and I say, make this pretty terse. All right. Now, finally. Go back to Z. I think maybe I'm using this now. Oh, wait, models. I've lost track of what's going on here. Sum up my last several messages to you and your responses. You don't have to go play by play, but like, what were we talking about and what was the state of things? All right, so what's this? I was yesterday implementing the environment repository stuff. Don't write too much. Hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, I wanted to go back and change a couple little things and then make sure it still works appropriately. In the Mac client, right now, it unsubscribes an environment if the user explicitly closes it. And then on the server side, there is an unsubscribe, or unregister. Sorry, I mean unregister in both cases. On the server side, there's an unregister API for pulling that off of the registered environments, or the active environments. I want to completely remove the notion of unregistering. So all of that code can be deleted and make sure there's no trace of it left. We are completely removing it. Instead, what I want to do is in the Mac client, I think I want to have basically the same behavior. When the Mac client wakes up, it will figure out what user viewable environments are available at all. So that would be like web pages or applications that are user facing, not background things. And all of those environments will be registered to the server. From there on, each of these applications will effectively have a five-minute time to live, and that's a good name. We need to name it TTL, time to live, in the cache. It's a time to live inside the cache. And every time the user takes an action that directly pulls those things back into the user's vision, so probably application focus, web page focus, then the TTL is renewed to 5 minutes. Also, and it's kind of confusing, but separately from the TTL, there is a notification time that gets created whenever an environment is discovered. So at the startup, that's going to be all the environments. At steady state, that's whenever the user opens a new web page or opens a new application. And every 5 minutes from starting at the time the environment becomes active or becomes discovered, we will register that environment again with the server. So every 5 minutes, basically, it's renewed. If the time to live for that environment is exceeded without the user refocusing on that application or web page, then that item will be deleted from the Mac client cache. And of course, it won't notify the server that this is registered. But if the TTL gets renewed, then on the next appointed time for the environment to be reported to the server, the client will call register on that environment. Blah, blah, blah. Does this make sense? And be very terse in your response. Very terse in your response. Okay, let's see what terse means. Okay, let's go for it. Make sure to thoroughly review code first and then follow my request. Alright. While it's doing that, I'm gonna go to clean up some stuff. That goes away. That goes away. Is that a good jam or not? Good Aquinas. Holding its own. All right. Shorts. Make sure to say you're complete. Oh, that's nice. Oof.
Unregister removed. MacTTL updated.
Alright. You say you are live. Where are you? Okay. Scripts, print, garments. Alright. Everything. Interesting. Oh, cool. I think I got them all. Alright, so register that, last touch it. This is all the ones that the agent has. Memory. Alright, got wordy in there? No, wordy isn't good. Oh, because it's not visible on the screen. Sweet, that's fine. So oh, okay, I just registered it. Okay, so now if I go to a client, the web page, and I open up finance again. Cool. And if I go to instance registered, okay, and if I go to this. Alright, LinkedIn feed. That's it. notifications. Alright. So if we go back over here and see what all the environments are again. Environments. And these ones I don't know about. Should. Oh, cool. Active until. Active. Alright. So everything should be active for another minute and change. How do I use JQ to find only the active environments? Okay, let's do that. See? I touched wordy after that. Been working with Z. A specific descript page got registered, and that's not going to have any useful information associated with it. That's fine. How about whatever is not active? Okay. Ooh, okay. The next thing I need to do is go to arcturslabs.com, my webpage. Alright, so now it's going to be one of the active ones. Ow. Right? Well, shit. Hmm. Okay, who's in there? Oh, I still have that. Okay. Last touch should be changed now. Hmm. Run this thing that I ran. I opened the page at and have since. Oh, okay. Okay, it's probably just the next thing. 12, so it's 12 plus active until 1840. What is the time to live? initially when an application is encountered in the client. Next question, what is the delta update time for retouching, re-registering in the client? Next question, in the server, what is the time to live before we mark an environment is no longer active? And next question, what do we call this in the server? Is it a time to live or what is it? Oh, fading. Change the client initial TTL to be just under 5 minutes. So that we don't re-register if they're not retouched. Say I like the naming you've created, that sounds better. Alright. So Archer's Lab should still be there. Oh, that's a little bit weird. Okay, found a bug.
TTL Windows updated?
think when we're going to register, to re-register an event that already exists, then maybe check and see if we're reinitializing the registered at to be this registered at rather than keeping the initial registered at. If something has become inactive and it's becomes active again, then I want registered at to be reinitialized to now time. But if something is still active when we hit the registered API endpoint again, then I want the registered at to not be updated, but just the last touched at to be updated. Maybe what's happening is related to the timing that we just changed before. I haven't restarted the server, so if you think it's just the timing, then maybe we're already good. Let me know. Okay, do that. Okay, do that.
Registered at fixed.
Thanks, buddy. Alright, so the next thing I want to check is bundle IDs, contact. Oh, that's so cool. Okay. You've seen some of the things that we've discussed recently in both the client and the server. Let's make sure that we have test coverage for those. In particular, the Mac app currently has no test suite. So make sure to use best practices or look them up if you need to using the Brave search and fetch skill, and create the test for these features. Don't test code that's going to quickly move, just test the core stuff. Also, for the sake of the agent reading this code in the future, you might want to put a couple of comments in the code related to the reason for setting things to their current timings, so that we don't constantly reinitialize, deactivate and reactivate an environment. You know what I mean. Alright. While that's doing its thing, I should probably be doing my other thing. That's the problem. It wants my screen. All right, and new window, new what are things? What exist? Tourist. Content production. There we go. Thank you, brain. Thought you weren't gonna come through on me that. All right, so we've made a podcast about AI software development lifecycle. Very interesting. Fortunately, I'm canning the podcast so I can focus on one thing at a time. Right, Hamel? But I do have one podcast left to produce, and it's down to just the shorts. These are the shorts. Okay. And since, unfortunately, I can't have tabs in my Rook agent, I'm going to cheat and there we go. Run this guy. Okay, so look at that. And incorporate the final scripts as indicated here. That's not all. There we go. Don't do that. Export, transcript, tempos, copy to clipboard. Do not include. You can now copy that to clipboard. Womp womp. Knew it. Okay, that seemed to work. Good. But now phone. It might just be because it's open. Figure this one out. Make it work. Now look inside my blog assist skill. Do you see it? And see if there's anything that talks about writing social post content for like Twitter or X. F. Why? No. Don't allow. You're just trying to find it. That. Don't allow. No. All right. figure that out later. Okay, is a subsection in all of those shorts files. Create a social post so that I can post these things on Twitter or LinkedIn. Also, create a title for the social post that is suitable to attach to a YouTube short. Something that is itself
Phone
short.
bill signing fixed.
For each, make sure it has a title that is appropriate for pasting on top of a YouTube short. And also, make sure that the title is reasonably short. All right. Oop. Hmm. Crap. When I ran it again, it said that it couldn't install because the phone was locked. Check this out. However, it installed just fine, really. And the only thing that I could tell was the problem is that the author is no longer trusted or whatever. So I just turned that back on. It worked. We need to, if you agree, we need to fix the error message so that it doesn't sense the incorrect thing. If you can tell what happened. Otherwise, I guess leave it alone. Also, when I started it up again, it says it's trying to reach instead of the tail scale host that we configured with it. Can you help me figure out what's up with that?
Phone launch error fixed.
Consolidate the LinkedIn and the Twitter postings. They're similar enough, we can just make them the same thing. Oh, okay. That probably makes sense. All right, that works. Works. Now how do I run all of the tests? Especially the new ones. Just run. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Create a new script in the scripts directory called run tests. That runs all known tests. And one swell foop. Eric Pugh. Right. Okay. The question is, so
Test runner added.
okay. 1 complete. Great. Too tired for words. Words don't make sense. Scripts. Run all the freaking tests. Ugh. Oh, we got some skip test. We'll do the new clients tests. Hey, where are the tests? Oh, it's... I don't see any actual new tests for the Mac OS and how it's dealing with environmental reporting and timing and caching and stuff. Well then, that... is real. I want you to add just real basic unit tests. This is a starter time for test, and I want to make sure the things that we worked on today at least are tested, because some of them are finicky. What are the best practices? Feel free to look them up online if you need to. Don't make it too complicated. Keep it real simple to start with.
Basic Mac timing tests added.
Good enough. 4. Alright. Oh, that's crap. Okay. Git commit all of this with a nice message and push it into main.
Committed and pushed to main. Did you push everything that was also in the environment improvements branch? Womp womp. Alright. My model's about out too. Good. Oh yeah. Oh, just open AI. Doesn't have any more juice.
All right. Now let's talk about the next step. And yeah. Let's talk about the next thing to tackle. Right now, whenever the environment manager comes across an environment that is associated with some sort of capability bundle, I think it should eventually show those to the user and allow the user to approve or accept forever or ignore or reject. And I've forgotten where we're at with that capability. And also, is that capability associated with each session or with like forever? Like, okay, that doesn't make sense to me either. Or with like the whole app. I think earlier we had implemented something so that each session would be responsible for accepting or rejecting. I can't remember. But at this point, I want every environment bundle to be accepted, to be presented to the user in an environmental offer. And once they accept it, it's considered to be accepted for all sessions. Once they accept it, instead of 4, there shall be 3. And all of them will be saved accept, reject, and ignore. If an environment bundle is accepted, then it is saved in our data store where we're saving things. I think it's the SQLite database. And you'll have to tell me if the way we're currently doing it is strange or very, very different, but I think we're hashing the full contents of the bundle because it's a bunch of text files, and we're hashing it Merkle tree style. And the top layer hash is saved in the database along with the acceptance outcome. Which can be either accepted or rejected. If the user ignores the environment offer, then nothing is saved to the database, and the user will not be notified again to accept or reject, while I don't think I like it. Reject, ignore, accept, and approve. Or if you can come up with a more standard set of words, tell me. Here's the semantic. If the user accepts the bundle, then it will be included in the environment if the user joins that environment. But it won't be saved to the database. It is only remembered in memory, and as soon as the environment gets garbage collected from memory, which we haven't really talked about yet, then it will be admissible to be presented again as environmental offer. Similarly, if the environmental offer is ignored, then while this entry is in memory, this environment bundle is in memory, then the environment bundle will be ignored, and if a agent joins that environment, that bundle will not be included in the bundles of capability it receives. Rejected and approve works similarly, except that the decision is recorded to the database. And here's what we record to the database. The bundle is every individual bundle is going to be something. It's going to be basically a set of skills and MCP servers and applications and metadata and just stuff. But it's a folder on disk. We're going to take the Merkle tree of that entire folder, roll it up to the top level hash, and that hash is going to be associated in the database with the decision to approve or reject permanently. Whenever a new environment comes online that has some associated bundles, then we're going to first check the database to see if these bundles have been approved or disapproved, approved or rejected, and if so, then we don't have to show the user the environmental offer. Also, if these bundles are in memory, then we no longer have to show the user the environmental offer. But the Merkle tree hash must match in the case of an accepted offer. I think I'm using the wrong word there. Dang it, not miracle tree, you piece of crap. Oh, miracle tree, no telling what freaking. No, it is miracle tree. Cool. Merkle. There we go. The environmental offer is simplified compared to what we had at one point, and I don't know what the current state of the code is, but basically it's just going to be a list of all of the skills and MCP servers and apps by name. Eventually we'll replace that with something a little bit more complex, but not yet. Now, I'm a little bit sleepy, so if anything I'm saying just doesn't make sense, or you're having to, like, if you're questioning what you should do, then it's probably just me. So let's have a conversation. I know, I shouldn't drink so much. You're not my doctor. Alright, you can be working for a while. Alright, while that's cooking, make your patterns executable. What is... I've revised short 1 and short 3. Make sure you read them so that you don't accidentally change them in the future.
Tech. Le FMC dévoile en première mondiale le nouveau spectacle de Liliane Schlela, créé en résidence au SEM avec les musiciens de Danse avec les Loops.
Et on présente Homéostasis, une performance audiovisuelle immersive. Le spectacle a été commandé par l'événement coréen Inscape et a été présenté au Japon.
Wow. Oh, okay. Gap 1, let's definitely change the database schema to make more sense with our current decisions. You don't have to worry about the data in the database, it's all throwaway at this point. Gap 2, let's also change that parameter name to bundle hash. Gap 3, make it a real Merkle tree. Walk the directory and hash everything. Pick my nose in. Gap 4 is the most challenging one. You need to change that file. Relationship. Those are the best relationships. Good. The new the new relationship between sessions and environments is this. An environment is associated with a bunch of bundles of capability. Those bundles are presented to the user one at a time for approval or rejection, ephemeral or non. For anything that is effectively approved, then later when any session wants to join that environment, wants to enter that environment, then it gets all of the bundles of that environment which are effectively approved. So no. So no, the decision to approve or reject an environmental bundle is not per session. It's across the whole app. for where we're at right now, I want to tackle number 1, immediate cleanup. Like I said above, I don't think it makes sense for that field to be named decision key. Let's just call it a bundle hash. Tell me if this is stupid for some reason. Similarly, clean up the names in effective decision. Make this a true Merkle hash. And I definitely want the bundle decisions to be accepted app-wide and not per session. And we need to update the documentation to agree with that sentiment. Now go. All right. Make your patterns. I'm working on short number 4 right now, and I don't like the title. Make your patterns executable. I don't think that's what he's talking about. Figure out a better name, and if relevant, change the social commentary, social text, post text stuff.
Done. Cleaned up environment decision code. All 44 tests pass.
What is the schema in the database for all the tables relevant? Let's add the environment ID and the bundle name as new columns there. Wire it all up, and then in the scripts directory, create a new script to dump that table to screen. Music's kind of like Primus. Read everything in here to understand the current state. I've made some edits that you might or might not be aware of. And I'm working on short 4 right now. I don't understand the title. Make your patterns executable. See if you can rework that title. And if necessary, also rework the social post text. What? Okay, now what should I expect when we run this thing? If I enter a new environment that has not been touched before and it has a bundle with it, then in the current implementation, in the Mac and the iPhone application, are they going to receive the environmental offer for that bundle? And once they do, is it going to accept everything appropriately? Boy, is there any cats and dogs? You know what, folks? I'm going to wrap it up. I am so tired that I'm almost useless. So, monologue. Was it a good day? Yeah, I think so. Didn't get quite the sleep that I wanted. Woke up a little bit early. That probably took it out of me. But got a lot of hours with the butt in the seat. Talked to Michael this morning. Had a fantastic meeting with him about the nature of the environment and the session and their life cycle. And I've been jamming away on some help for a ticket that Nick is working on to populate the environments with all these skills that we're talking about. And I've made a huge headway on actually getting all this environmental stuff working so that it's not just an agent with a purple motif. So much better. Have a happy 4th of July, unless you don't celebrate it, and then have a normal one. Peace out.